Alright. Welcome back. We will be randomly shuffling between Rain World, looks like Fallout, and the Nier Automata soundtracks. But welcome back to At the Ends of Eras, the game development stream. I have some hot chocolate with me, and it's, what is it? 8 hours after I was intending to stream? 7.5 hours after my intended scheduled stream. But in my defense, I went to bed 7.5 hours late, at like 4 a.m. I would say my sleep schedule's been inconsistent, but it's been consistently 4 to 6 a.m., so, I don't know what I did. I think it was one Dr. Pepper threw my sleep schedule off, and I'm still reconciling with it. But okay. Let's do the opulent medium. I say, let's do a new game. Oh, it loads the wrong area though. Oh yeah, because it loads the actual start of the game, which still kind of works, almost, maybe. Nope, doesn't quite work. Oh yeah, because it has context. Right, because I was going to do a whole thing about, yeah. Context is no longer a thing that I use. My hot chocolate is not very good. It was good before, but I accidentally scalded the milk. And that messes up the flavor. Why is this in a read-only state? Where is this coming from? Oh, I see. Because we have... Okay. I get it. We have the new journal, and this should not append... So here, when we do this, we should actually do... let var new tags equals tags dot concat. Maybe we can do tags plus main tag. Let's see. Can we get a assignment? Oh yeah, we got it. Appends the right array to the left operand, creating a new array. Okay, yeah, so we can do that, good. And then we do new tags here. So yeah, that was the bug. So yeah, we could not do that anywhere. Okay, and now it seems all good. Okay. So I think the way that we should, let's get whatever I'm getting, Explorer out. Because I'm just going to delete the save. And we don't need that one either. And I don't think we even need default monitor. Do I use default monitor anymore? No, I don't think so. So I think this is also deleted. Okay. So now, if we go back into the game. Let's just make sure everything works. So we notice a woman with the wide brim hat. Let's see what she says. She's shocked. She's amazed that a person was near her. Eventually I need Jackie to also turn to face the character she's talking to. Okay. So now we have her following us, so I'm trying to think, do I want to add more UI indication of like a character is following you and things like that? Create a new UI for creating. I'll add that as like things that we need to start considering. So for this vertical slice, we'll have UI such as indicate, or like a big thing for new tasks. Indicate a character is following you. UI in the corner. Basically what we might have is like maybe a little illustration in the corner. Or like this corner, since the dialogue typically takes up this side. And also, I'm thinking, how do I want to deal with, this? Because, yeah, I do have some plans for also separating out the climb button and the crouch button. Well, I don't know. I like it. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to change it. I've been considering changing it for a while. And there are a few instances where there is some ambiguity that I'd really want to fix, but it's not that important. Wait, hang on. Why was that not... We need Sublime text out. I thought she would have an alert above her head, that there was something new there. What is this? Oh, yeah. I floated the idea in my last video of, like, a turn-based, RPG. Or a turn-based rhythm game, basically. I'll just move that over here so I can delete this. Actually, I have a better idea. Get my notes. You'll see all of my compromising journals. Because I have like a billion... Like, I have another, like, 3 game ideas here. But yeah, you'll see all of my compromising internal thoughts. But okay, what I need is dialogue, quest major, Razia... Yeah, so we were supposed to have an alert there. So let's see what the save load state data has to say about this. I think I'd prefer Razia / alert / opulent medium as well. Hang on. Actually, I'll just put that in, like, bugs. Change alert to ID / alert / ID2, not ID / ID2 / alert. Very minor. So let's say new tasks menu, and this would be like, what would this be? Clearly indicate current task and, or like current stage of the task. But okay. Oh yeah, that's what I need. Okay, so now she sits there. That activates the machine. We do that. Obviously, we'll need animations for those things. We do need dialogue for this. Some sort of weapon? Now if I use this... Painfully cold for some reason. Everything's a sort of reddish hue. Okay. Oh, and then she takes that. And then we have new things here. So I think I also want a unique dialogue option if you actually saw Razia take the thing. So let's do that. That's going to be dialogue. So, like, obviously we need Razia talks about the ruins. Special dialogue if you see Razia take the capacitor. Because basically, you don't actually have to be in the region with Razia when she runs off to God knows where and just, like, takes the thing and then runs back. You can just be like, where the hell did you go? And she's like, I don't know, but then it got dark and I was scared, and so I came back. Okay. So I think what I want now... I guess let's just get up out of here. Because, yeah, now we have the actual, like, basics of the quest implemented. Oh, well, this one works. Why does that one work? What's the difference between this and that? Opulent medium shutdown, opulent medium completed. So this one works. Why? Okay, and then it's completed. So I think I want the UI to indicate the the current stage of the quest. Or like a system for that. So I think it's going to be in the journal. So I want, now the tasks need buttons. Because the button would then show in the corner. Well, what would I want it to do? I guess I don't need anything in the UI, because I'm just going to have it be in here. It'll tell you the active status of the stage. And so what I would want then is, let's go to the journal UI again. Active tasks, or active quests. I think every time we add a note. Okay, I think I know what I want. Close this. Oh, wait, no. Close everything other than this. So we have our quests. Global. So this does, like, quest is... how do we... I'm trying to figure out what quest... What properly manages the quests? That's what I need to figure out. I think what I want is... I want to add a note whenever we set a stage, or whenever we get a new stage. So find next stage, subscribe, set stage. Active stage equals S. Let's do, stat, like var journal stat equals, request slash... It's an S. Basically what we would do is let or var description or note text equals stages active stage dot description. Is that correct? So that means that we have, okay. Oh wait, no. Then we need to call this. Okay, and this should be a string. So what I'm doing now is journal. Oh wait, we need to get the player. Hang on. Isn't there some sort of... Okay, player state is what I actually want. Okay. Because that gets us a journal. And then a journal has the function called note. And then that has this stuff. And so what I can now do is note stat. Note text. ID. And we can also have some optional tags on these. Yeah, you know what? I'll have that. Let's have just a var tags array string. And this will just be plus stages active stage tags. And by default, this will just be nothing. Okay. So now we have the ability to set the journal note for that. Okay, that'll at least get us a little bit of stuff in the journal. And then I can start thinking about how to better structure it, like get the latest note at the top of it. And so now, actually, did something break? Oh wait, no, the mouse still doesn't work in the UI for some reason. Well, I don't care. Yeah, I fucked up this hot chocolate. Okay, well. Okay, so now what we can do is, if we go to the journal, okay. So what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to have, instead of what I've been doing before, where I remember the location through a separate thing, I'm going to have it translated, I think. Yeah, I think I'm going to use the translation. So it'll just be called opulent_medium in the code. And then it'll be in the translation table to English. For example, it would set this to something else. Okay, so now we need to get into the ruins. Razi seems to be looking for something. So it seems like... Oh, okay. They're out of order, I think. I think. Yeah, because this seems to be the latest one. And these two are before it, and this one's the very first one. So if we look at this again, yeah. So this is the latest one, but for some reason this is the one that's not correct. I wonder if that's because... So I've been enlisted to help find an alternate path into the ruins. If we go to our description of the quest, when do we add that? Maybe it's when we create the quest? Let's go back to the journal and let's do quest start. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to have a note here that's actually like ID plus slash... Oh, wait, no. Let's do like quest slash %s slash intro. ID text tags. And also this should be, let's do tags plus question.id. Yeah, because we should not be editing things that are fed into these. Okay. So now I think what was happening was the add note function was doing something different, and so it was listed as like improperly like the newest thing. You know, because it's like date time or whatever. I forget how it actually sorts those. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's literally just the order in which they've been added to the list. Oh, I know. We don't need a question mark for the ID, because we're creating the quest now. So I think it's because the question mark ID was always sorted first, which is a bit of a bug, I think. But okay. So now we can see here all this stuff. In fact, I'm going to go to the journal. Maybe player? Okay, so we got player.state. Player info journal. Okay. Data. Entries, that's what we need. Oh wait, but those are also objects. I don't care. I was just gonna literally hack the console, like use the console commands to hack it so that the medium notes, none of them have the question mark tag, but I don't care because it's also a bug that I need to fix anyway. So I'll just put that in here as like journal UI quest notes with a question mark in front of the tag are always sorted on top. Because if we did, for example, oh, I see. On base of type, oh, I think this is now labeled dot co wrap. Hang on. Wrap. Don't we have auto wrap mode? That's what we need. What the heck is this? Oh, text server. Auto wrap word. Let's say that. I bet you that's elsewhere in the code. Okay. So now, if we go, try this again. Okay, cool. Ah, well, who cares? We need to get out of here. Okay. So now we have completed here as well. Does Razia know what happened? Okay, so yeah, all of these are correct except for the fact that the question mark note is the first one that's being sorted at the top. And I don't know how I'm going to bother doing that. Actually, I do know. Maybe. So, do we search for a question mark? Okay. Preview note does that. Begins with that. Huh. Sort. So what we need to do is when we sort a thing, set sort. Let's also make it so that these are all, like, correctly typed. This is old code that was no longer properly being set. But okay, when do we... I think I use sort as an array? No. Maybe match sort? Anywhere else I do that? No? Then how the fuck do I sort the things? Dot sort? Maybe sort custom? Do I do anything with sorting? Yeah, because what I want here is when we get notes by tag. Let's see if that works. Okay, so that looks good. Am I dumb? I guess just look up draw list. How does this sort the things? So if it's not that, reverse this, focus first button. If it sorts by recency, we reverse. Otherwise, we write notes. If it's sorted by subject, we do that. So why would we have any issues with question marks here? We literally just go through the journal entries. So if buttons, we don't need that right now. For entry, we evaluate its importance. We do this stuff. So yeah, why would the notes be first? I don't care right now. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to create a new UI. So I think I'm going to assume... Well, how would I make a new UI thing? Oh, hi, welcome back. In fact, I actually need to use the bathroom right now. Use the bathroom. Quick. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, my no good hot chocolate upset my delicate stomach. That's what I get for drinking a quarter gallon of milk, essentially. Okay, dialog viewer is receiving input despite not being visible, so we set process input to false there. Good. Okay, and so that's because I'm not setting it up very well, very intelligently. I hate Godot's garbage UID system. It's like everything has to warn me that shit doesn't work. But okay. What is my actual main priority right now? I think it should be to reintroduce Karimov. So I'm going to do that instead of whatever crap I was intending to do with the UI. Because yeah, now it shows, like, the journal lists the things. I can figure out what I want with that for now. So we're going to do Karimov. And this is going to be, as you might imagine, Karimov. Oh. Is he not a... Hang on. Oh yeah, he's TS Scientist. That's his name. There we go. So yeah. He'll be in quests, time, NPC Scientist. Okay. And he will have an intersecting thing with the player where basically, let's see. We need the Scientist's quest. Let's get that. So Time Stop has its quest here, and this, none of this I need anymore. Well, actually, I know what I need. I'm going to have a new task called Strange Machine. And this will be our first one. Machine. So this extends a Neo quest. Class name Strange Machine Quest. Well, I don't really need this. Okay, function init ID equals strange machine equals I've been enlisted, or let's say I've volunteered for Dr. Karimov. Searcher named Dr. Karimov needs help finding a device for his demonstration. Ruins. And this will be, let's see, I'll have 3 stages for this quest. It'll be talk to him, then get the time stopper thing here, and then go back up to him, and that's it. Let's get that working. So stage new, we need, it would be kind of fun to make a little scripting, or a little language to turn into this, but it'd be so unnecessary. Okay, but let's do stage new, what's the order in which they are? Okay, it's a thing completion stat, other thing. So I need to find a way into the ruins. Or I need to find out... Ruins. Let's say that. And that'll be exactly the same thing as this. And this will be no up. There we go. Oh, I see. And then stage new, good. I'm in the ruins. Now I need to find that machine. And this'll be, something Neo Quest Noah. This will be a pretty simple quest, since we literally just need to get a thing from a place, and then go back up to him. And the only thing that we really need is help from whoever it is. Razia. I think what I could do is actually have stage new here of, I'm in some sort of room. So I found my way into the ruins. But I don't know how to get past. So, but I don't know if there's any... But it seems like it's just this room. Let's say that. Where do we go from here? Am I missing something? Okay, and what this is going to be is now we have to get the door open. So with the door open, I can find, or I can search for the machine Dr. Karimov needed. And this would be, when we pick up the time stop item, or time gun, I need to actually have the player... I think I need a stat here for, like, getting it to the player. And if we do that, I actually need a way of short-circuiting the quest. Because, yeah, the player might have already found the device. If they visited that, if they've opened the door with the medium found, I can do this. So it'd be player, weapon, let's say player, no, let's say found / time gun. No, I think I need more complicated callbacks. So basically, like, you know, here. So we have an it completed string. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Start callable D. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do completed as a callable as well. And it's gonna be, oh, this is gonna be hard to figure out, though. Class completion. Enum type. Stat. Item. Location. Okay. So now what we can do is I'm going to have type var type var arg string or visit. So our completion criteria will now have 3 potential types. We get a stat, we find an item, we visit somewhere. And then what we can do is function ready. No, function init. No, we need type the arg no string and then we need some sort of listener. So yeah, we do that here, and that would be like a function listen, no, function subscribe. No, let's say enable. I know. Var listening equals false. Set L. Listening equals L. And then match type. Okay. This should be listen. Oh wait, no, type. There. Okay. So what we would do now is each of these will have a completion, or like, yeah. And I think we could potentially have like children of it, so that way like you need to get certain, you know, a quantity of things or something like that, but I'm not going to do that yet. Because I could also just have each stage, you know, eventually I want stages to have multiple sub-stages. Oh wait, let's see. I think software development would be good. My day's been going well, but I did wake up quite late. And let's call this, completion. Okay. And then what I'll have is a function, let's see, string, or stat string, return, completion new type stat. And so we'll do something like this for each of these. What does this do? Oh, I see. Wait, no, I don't see. Oh, wait, I do see. Okay, so I'm going to do a similar thing with item. And then let's do... I want this to be called visit. Visit? Visit. Okay. So now I can create completions quite easily. And so that's going to be, for here, for example, all of these now have, actually have... the fact that I used single quotes now makes this much easier. But okay, what I need now... home completion dot stat that. So now what I'm going to do is also completion dot visit. Anything that's like this. Oh. Visit. There we are. Because yeah, it's basically going to say you have to visit this place after starting the stat. So it would have some sort of like listener here. Because I was having issues where I was like, well, if the quest kind of broke if you had already visited a place before, because it would skip the stage entirely, even though there might be things that it needs to do. So now what it does is these stages will never be preemptively completed before the quest started. You have to do this, and then you go into, or no, you have to, like, go into this room, and then this part of this quest starts. That's the plan, at least. I'll need to actually make the event bus work for that, but that's neither here nor there. But okay, that means that for Strange Machine now we have, for example, here it would be, visit this thing, then completion stats, this thing, yeah, I'd say that's good. Software engineering is good for making games. Let's see, and then completion dot item time gun. No, and this is wep time gun, like that. Okay, and then we would do stage dot new. I should talk to. So I've got the time gun now. Should tell Dr. Karimov. Or Dr. Karimov will want it. Say Karimov discussed time gun. So doing some research and seeing that you can create websites, apps, and games. Yep, that's true. Software engineering will let you do a lot more than make games. Or let's say can let you do a lot. Yeah, games are one of the things you can focus on. Alright. So now what I need is to get this quest system. So I had that in here. Didn't I? Mechanics quest system or something like that. I'll just put it in here in the basics. Quest system, let's say, stats, or like stats, visiting places, finding items. Okay, because now, if we go back to the Neo quest, so yeah, we get a completion, we can get a description, which is just a callable that returns a string. And then, when we subscribe, yeah, so here now, this doesn't exist. What we would do is stages active stage dot completion dot listening equals true. And we would do this, so like if L type. Oh, but this is gonna be tricky. Yeah, because this now needs to be, what if we just have... No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh wait, no, we can check this, actually. We can do static function, or like function, check. We need a signal. Signal completed, function check stat string value if stat equals arg and value completed emit. And I guess that would be there. Seems like you can do a lot with software. So comprehensive. But in a software degree, would they teach me how to use a game engine? Let's see. it teaches you similar skills. One of my projects used a game engine, but most of them didn't. But most use other software. You'd want to make some free time to, like, learn how to use a game engine otherwise. Alright. Alright, and we don't even need to see, wait, hang on. Why is this... Status shadowing... Oh, yeah. Key value. Okay, so we can do this, and then I'm just going to do else, save, load. Let's say state unsubscribe arg on stat changed. So we'll have a similar thing like this for each of these things here. This isn't much of a shuffle. We did like 2 of the exact same song twice in a row. But okay, so hopefully this replicates that. When we unsubscribe, so now this should be completion. Oh yeah, we don't even need active stage anymore, because now what we're going to do is on completion. So it should be stages active stage. Yeah, exactly. Let's do function on stage completed. Stages active stage completion listening equals false. Actually, I just realized, oh wait, we also need to actually have a function, like, if it's completed already. So basically, if not stage completion dot completed, or is completed. Match type. And for now, this is just going to be return save load dot get stat type. Let's say that. Or no, arg. So with a degree in software engineering can do everything. Yeah, websites, applications, other software. Yeah, exactly. I guess, though it's still a lot of work. To get good at specific things. Even with a degree. But okay, so now I've completely forgotten. I need to get diff management. Let's do that. Wait, hang on. I think it must be quests. Okay. There we go. I need to make sure that my stuff here... Okay, so then we start the active stage. Yeah, on stat changed. If value and stages is equal to key, unsubscribe from that key, then start active stage. Okay, I see. We do that. Hi, Alex. Welcome back. I guess it's been a while since I've streamed at this time. Because, yeah, I've been doing morning and early afternoon streams. So let's see. So we have on start call, description call. Right now I'm working on I'm working on my other game. At the moment. A quest where you explore some ruins. I'm working on the quest system right now. Because, yeah, I need the ability to get items, and, I think... How do I figure this out exactly? I need to get an event for the inventory. So that would be if we go to the player... No, if we go to the inventory... This should have changed. Okay, so we got changed here. And I think that is fine. Yeah, because we'll just connect to that signal. Okay. Also exhausted by job intensity by the end of the year. That makes sense. So when we do this, I'm going to do if L so I guess if is connected, or let's do like var I equals player or global get player state inventory, and then var listening equals I dot is connected, or I think changed is connected to on item changed, function on item changed, ID string change int value int pass, and we're not going to need that. Thanks. So let's see, if L, if not listening, I dot changed connect on item changed, else, or no, I see. If L and not listening. So if we should be listening and we aren't, elif, not L, and listening, I changed disconnect on item changed. And that'll be that. Let's see. Variable listening is shadowing... Oh, I see. Was listening. Okay. Parameter ID never used in a function. Let's do if ID equals arg and value return, or no, completed emit. Okay. And we can have here type dot item return global player state inventory dot count arg greater than 0. Okay. And then what I need is a really tricky thing, which is to actually have the player state tell us if we are in a location. And that would be the first thing where I actually need probably to just get the player. So yeah, because we got all this stuff. Task completed. So we don't need that. We don't have that. I don't think we have any of these here. You know, I'm just going to not have any of these Oh, wait, no. These are all... See, could you say that a video game like Minecraft, for example, is software? Yeah, it's software. Yeah, because games are, I guess, unusual software, but not that bad. Let's see, cannot infer I because this doesn't have a set type. Well, it should. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. Karimov is not here. So we need to have that changed to TS Scientist. Okay, close that. Alright, so why are the spawners not working anymore? Oh, because they don't have the NPCs. Okay. So yeah, we have if engine is editor hint or this. Alright, hang on. This needs to now have a tool function. Oh wait, that means that this has to have a tool function. Oh dang, hang on. NPC manager. Oh wait, we can actually have loading a file. Static, so load file. So yeah, this should work. Okay. So now I don't need to do global NPCs. NPC manager .load file. Okay, so that should fix that. So if that's the case, why is there a video game design degree that you can do the same thing as software? It encompasses... Oh, yeah. Yeah, good answer. I'm going to say here, he will also be focused. Yeah. So I'm going to have Alex here hanging out basically like that. And then that means also... Oh, wait, no. Okay, this is fine. Basically, Karimov has a light on his shoulder because in the time stop, there's a light on him. But okay, let's see how Karimov even works. So if we talk to him... Oh, right. Okay. I also need to have his starting expression. Let's go to the... What should I go to? Okay, starting animation should be... Dialogue Karimov intro 00 ponder, I think. So can I copy the name here? That would be nice. I think maybe I can if I do current animation. Nope. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, dialogue Karimov intro. Okay, sit, ponder. Yeah, for game design with a software degree, you'll want to do like some more research, or you'll want to do work out of school for it. Or you'll want to learn some more outside school. In a game design degree, they'd teach you those in class. Okay, and we don't need this. Don't save that. So we're going to have a custom animation. Or no, starting animation, and then probably like that. All right, let's see if this looks good. Didn't quite work. Why did it not work? So if we spawn an NPC and then we go through these, actually, let's set this here anyway. Because I think that's fine. Hi, welcome back. I'm going to close this. That's going okay. It was mostly my sleep schedule that was falling apart. Because I've been sleeping at about 4 to 6 a.m. And that's been causing issues. But that's okay. What's our issue here? Debug player spawn. NPC manager. Using text path. That's fine. Yeah, I think it was basically one like I drank some caffeine late at night and just went to bed at 4 one day, and then that's like set me on a bad path, basically. So I'd wake up at like noon, but then still want caffeine, so I'd drink it, and then I'd just wake up or go to bed at 4 again. So I think I need to do like just some heavy exercise one day and just like get exhausted and go to sleep. But okay, I need to figure out if this is being printed. Debug. Let's do name. Okay. Property overrides. Okay. And actually, okay. So does that output anything? Okay. So we have Razia focus true, Karimov focus true, starting animation equals that. So those should be setting things in here, but they don't seem to be. Because if I go to Karimov... Oh, wait, no. He's still called TS Scientist. Would you like to be part of programming, then? Or team. One who develops logic and things like that. Yeah, I guess that'd be a good place for... In that case, a software degree is pretty good. A lot of game developers, or a lot of game programmers, have software degrees rather than specific game degrees. Yeah, because the game design degrees are often good for, like, I guess more like directors and artists. Because, yeah, software is surprisingly not as different between games and, like, regular software. Well, I guess it is pretty different, but a lot of the same relevant skills. But okay, I'm trying to figure out what is up with NPCs. So does this have a... Okay. So this is not a tool. If I did this... No, wait, no. If I did starting animation... Let's say if we have this set s, if is inside tree, s, no, play, hang on. Anim play. Okay, let's say that. And then we can do... I don't need to bother with anim shuffle here. Oh, wait, no. Let's do starting animation equals S. Okay, so this way, if I set the starting animation, we can just play something. Okay, so now if we go into here, the NPC should have the proper animation started. Okay, so now this guy's just sitting here pondering. Talk to him. Oh yeah, then we need to have him focus on us. So let's go to, what is that called? Like, look at player, basically. Okay, yeah. So that means now we can go to, I guess it's a minor quest. Time stop. TS Scientist. Okay, so if we have this, we are going to go to get stat, no, state get stat, how does this thing work? Quest? I'm gonna call it quest TS intro. I think TS intro is better. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, so we have this stuff. Let's do this. So yeah, he'll be thinking about stuff. So when we introduce a task, we no longer have this function introduce task. We're going to have journal. Quest start is what I'm going to call this. And that will not have this name here. Yeah. We just have the ID. And that's going to be TS intro, I guess. Yeah, no problem. So, okay, so now... Oh, didn't quite work. Why did that not work? Evaluate on call to go to. Oh, because we need to do TS intro. Okay, because there's no integer. Okay, so now if we talk to him... he almost worked. Let's close that for now. Because what I want is, what do I want? I think first of all, we should have a signal new task. Or let's say quest new ID. And have quest completed ID. And these will be strings. Okay, so now when we quest start, we do that. Quest new emit. And then we should have... I think honestly here is where we should do... Oh wait, no. We don't have that in here. We're going to have that in the global function. We'll do like this. Oh, thank you. In fact, I'm going to add a little thing for him to sit on for the time being. I'm just going to put a little CSG box. Because, yeah, I still need to give him his beard. Guys in this area are supposed to all have beards. Yeah, let's see if how this looks. For some reason... Oh, I see. Because the NPC doesn't have his animations set because he's not... he doesn't have a tool script. Okay, so that should be fine. And then what I'm going to do is I don't need this spawner to now have things set. Actually... Oh, wait, no. I was about to say we should have the NPC spawn here, but that's fine. Oh, wait, no. Actually, we do set this here. We do that. For K and property overrides, we set this stuff here. We don't need to print. Well, I'll keep this just in case I want it again. But we set the property overrides, then we add the child. And so that means that the NPC here doesn't actually need any of this. He's not quite there yet. And also, I'm seeing that when he's, hang on, let's go back to Crab Hill, is it Crab Hill Entry where he is? The game's a little broken, but that's okay. Basically, I'm trying to figure out, so he has case it, ponder, use schedule, fancy, all that stuff feels fine. So, not an MD. So you're a researcher? When did I change how the animations work so that he doesn't turn to face us? I'll just slowly, like, figure that out. And also I'm going to push this up and down a little bit. It's very minor, but I want it to look like it's functioning. Okay, prepared to demonstrate some stuff. Shows you a picture. So, like the medium. Okay. So now, if we go to the journal, if we go to, we should have had some tasks added. So I'm seeing some issues with typed arrays and things like that. I don't know what these are. Chunk editor loaded. Quest start, quest not found, TS intro. Oh, right, because it's not called Strange Machines, it's called... Okay, I'm going to rename this then. Yeah, because that was the main issue there. Okay, delete our save. And I'm going to simplify the quest right now. We're just going to do, well, I don't know. So, when we do TS intro Q, I'm going to call this, or let's say like quest complete. Global quest. Oh, wait, no, we don't even need that anymore. We're just going to do state add stat Karimov discussed time gun. Something like that. It's going to be a bit different now, but that's okay. Okay. So, hello. You're a doctor? Okay. I'll help you find your stuff. Okay, it almost worked. So, cannot convert from nil to callable. Oh, because these are like that. Because they're no-ops. But you don't actually need the result from them, I need the function itself. Because, I basically have, like, every instance of that object has a function that it executes when it completes. And so I need the actual no-op function. Okay. So now we can do this again. Oh. We just study. Oh, wait, that's not what I need exactly. Okay. Where do you suggest I look? Okay, so now if we go to the journal, good, now we have TS intro. I met a researcher, Dr. Karimov. I'm helping look for a replacement part for some sort of demonstration. It looks like an ancient Gelrin artifact. Notice a woman with a strange wide-brimmed hat. Okay. So now we can both go into here. Eventually we both need to do something else. Oh, right, but this doesn't work anymore because we don't have the player's visited state. Basically, now what I need is when we start a quest, we need to... the player needs to be able to check for what area we're in. Okay, so I'm going to save and quit here. Because now we need the ability to get the player to determine, like, where they are. And that's going to be, we need some sort of, like, player interface now. No, you know what? I'm just going to make it on the player 3D player. I don't really need the 3D version of the player anymore. Yeah, basically what I'm going to have is like a... I know. The event bus will have it. So if we go to a visit area... So do I want that to be in... Maybe the globals should have it, of, like, entered areas? Because, yeah, I'm trying to think, how do I decide when we've entered a location? I know what it could be. We're going to do a visit area, on body entered, check area. Connect, check area. This is going to be check area. And then for B, let's do like 4B in get overlapping bodies. If B is player body, visiting equals true. No, false. And then what we're going to do is if visiting global player state. Actually, let's just do var p equals this. Okay, p journal add note. I'm going to say this here. So if we have a note, we will remember that, and we can actually put that down here then. Then we have this stuff. So if visiting is true, what I'm actually going to do is... I mean, I guess we can do this. Global visit. Let's get the ID. Okay. And what I'm going to have else is else global.leave get ID. Okay. And actually, function exit tree global leave get ID. Oh, wait, no. And this needs to be there, and then body exited. Okay. Visiting is full. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, so now what this does is we go through all of the overlapping bodies. If the player is one of them, we are visiting this node. If we're visiting the node, we set all this crap. And then if we aren't visiting the node, we leave it. And also, we should probably have journal note first visit plus let's say get ID, or no, ID. Okay. So if there's a journal note, we do all this stuff. We add the first place that we got here. And then we're going to have a new function on the global, which is going to be function visit, function leave. Let's put it like, I don't know, right after the player or something. Pass function leave ID, pass. And this could be, do I want to, I could just put it in the event hub, really. I don't know. And let's just say, like, function within ID, pass. Because basically, we're going to have, like, a var visited areas array string. So, like, if not, or if ID not in visited areas, push back ID, emits, or no. Yeah, let's call it that. Like, signal zone visited ID string, signal zone exited ID string. I think this no longer exists, and neither does this, or this, or this, or these, or even this. Oh, wait, no, player spawned exists, okay. And let's call zone left as well. So, zone visited emit ID. So this is the key thing now. We will listen to this global signal for when we need to, like, visit a place. And then if we're within a place, it's going to be return ID in zone or visited areas. Actually, this should be zones. Maybe like current zones? Because basically, zones the player is currently within. Okay. If ID in current zones dot erase ID zone left emit. Okay. So now I can actually create the proper quest thing here. So it's basically going to be var was listening equals I dot no, global zone visited is connected on zone entered, or on zone visited. All right, ID string return ID equal to arg, or no, if that's equal, we emit that. Actually, we should probably have the ability to exit a zone as well. Nah, I don't need that. What I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to have the exit here as like, we don't need that to be spawned. This is just going to be the thing that we have to enter to exit, ironically. And so someday I might add some like system for like exiting a particular area. But for now, yeah, we can just have it so that there's a whole bunch of different zones that have this opulent medium exit. But okay, go back to here. Was listening, if L and not was listening, we'll just do global zone entered or zone visited. Connect on zone. Elif, not L, and was listening. Zone visited. Connect on zone visited. Oh wait, no, disconnect. Okay. Okay. And that means that the last thing I need to do is have a function here. Type.visit. Return global dot is visiting. What the heck did I call it? Within. Arg. And actually, I'm going to call these visit zone, or zone visit and zone leave, and actually zone within as well. And that means that now the visit area, this will do zone visit, zone leave. Okay, how's this looking? Yeah, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, because let's see if now we can actually get to the next stage of the quest. Not quite. Was listening variable, because this doesn't have a set type. Zone visited is connected. Huh. So global is currently null, but this should be bool. I'm not sure why this wouldn't work. Okay. But alright. So now if we say went down into here, we should be able to then do something. So Razia seems to be looking for something. Did we get anything interesting from this? Attempt to connect non-existent signal stat changed to callable on stat changed. Ah. Because now this... What the heck is this, actually? What am I even looking at? Persephone. Okay. Let's do save load dot subscribe, or state. Subscribe mum info. On mum info added. Wait, let's do like... If this is not true, we do that. Or if mum.inf... Yeah, if we don't have that stat and... Now let's say that. Alright, so function this on info added s amount. If amount is int and amount greater than or equal to 2, we will then do this, and we will save load state unsubscribe mum info this. And then what we can do is save load state subscribe to Persephone calling call. So if amount... Oh, wait. Hang on. If not amount... Wait, what the heck? Oh, I see. If amount, do that. Else, do that. And actually, we can even do activate if amount, else. Deactivate. Ta-da. So that simplifies the code a little bit. Oh, wait. Okay. There we go. Oh, and actually, we still don't need that, though. Okay. So that fixed something there. So now what I want is... Why does this not work? So when we go to NeoQuest, complete.emit... Let's go to here, first of all. Actually, let's go to the visit area if visiting. Okay, so we got that working. Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. That is fine. Okay, and then we're visiting a new place, and then we complete the stage. Complete the stage again. Okay, so that should be working, and then we complete again. Interesting, okay. So it seems like Razia should know... Okay, it's just because she's, like, locked there. Yeah, okay, so we just need the better location stuff, basically. Because, yeah, Razia's stuck on the underside of the area. She went too quickly. Yeah, I should probably just teleport her to a location. Okay, let's do... global dot... Wait, where the heck are quests handled? Oh, wait, no. NPCs dot active NPCs. Okay, so we got Razia. And so what I can do is Razia nav dot failsafe teleport. Is that what it is? Nav for base type object null. Okay, so that's that. Oh wait, is node nav. Okay. Dot teleport failsafed. Okay. And now she's where she's supposed to be, because she was actually getting... Okay, because my quest logic works. The navigation doesn't. So now we can do that. Boom. Completed another stage. And then we come into here. Boom. Activated. Didn't quite work. I certainly... Okay, it took her... Oh, yeah, because the door didn't activate properly. Which is a shame, but okay. So we still have bugs with the switches. They sometimes require a few hits to really activate. I might just make it so that I don't use the buttons then. Still sometimes need to be hit a few times to activate. But okay, meta researcher. Looks like an ancient Galvan artifact. So I think I should have the inventory now. So if we go to like player inventory data. Oh wait, no. Weapon time gun, we got one. So is it because the inventory doesn't work? When do we emit the signal changed? Okay, we emit it here. Remove all. Okay. Wait a second. We don't set this here. Emit ID. Hang on, let's do var old count equals data ID. And then if old count is not equal to p count, we'll set this. We'll set this. Okay. Oh wait. If ID in data else 0. And that means that this should actually be p count minus old count, because if we set it to something lower, it should be negative. Okay. So now we got that. Boom. Perfect. The door's open. Let's go deeper. So let's see. So, okay, that works. Good. So yeah, now these quests are not, like, these stages aren't completed just because I have been in this place at some point. I need to go back there with the NPC, or in the context of the quest, however it should be. Like, for example, I've already been up to the location over there, where, like, the exit of the quest is. So if I just jump back up there, that should complete the quest now properly. Yeah, okay. So now she's done. That was pretty weird. So now we have all of the stuff that works. So now The main thing I need is the items don't seem to work. Yeah, because basically, let's get a copy of this here. Our time gun. There. And I'll just put this, probably, like, just out here for now. Oh yeah, I was gonna have some sort of debug UI, and I just didn't even bother with it. Okay. Will this... Okay. So I want to... Let's clear this quest. Clear that. Okay. Because now all I need to do is, if I get the item... You know what? I'll actually make that much simpler. For now, I'm going to remove 2 quests here for the TS intro. I'll put those there. We don't need those saved yet. Oh, wait. Hang on. We need opulent dot, or completion dot item. Okay. I've mixed these up. I'm going to do this. So now with TS Intro 2, I should be able to just get the... Yeah, we don't need any of that. I'm just going to do TS 2. I've got the item. And then we'll have this. Oh, good. You win the game. Okay. Because we just need Karimov discuss time gun. So now, if I try this again, when we talk to him, it should do that stuff. It's crazy to me that I didn't think to have this earlier. Okay, so we need all this stuff. So you're a researcher then, what do you need? I'll keep my eyes out. So now if we go back to our journal, we got that. Meta researcher, doing that stuff, doing a golden artifact. Okay, so that didn't quite work. Delete the save. So first thing I need is when we go to the inventory, when we add an item, let's change that there. And then I also need the journal to yet again have the stage completed, because I need on item changed. If ID equals our eigenvalue, we do that. And so right now, the main thing is all of these only have one completion, or like one, they require one item. So if I ever need something where like you have to get at least some amount of an item, I'll just make it work. Oh wait, hang on. This should... Oh wait, no, that's fine. Okay, so we've added some items. That makes sense. Oh wait, I didn't actually help him. Wait, hang on. What's happening? Why am I not doing stuff? What are you looking for? What do you need? Okay, so now we've added an item. I'll keep my eyes out. Did we not actually get the... No, we have the task here. And then if I do this, we should get that. Good. Then we should get stage completed. Good. Okay. That didn't quite work. So why didn't that work? So start should have set the stage. So when we set a stage, we should note this in the journal. Let's do this then. Ignore that, ignore that. Okay. So we have our active stage. We have the journal note, note stat, note text. With the door open, I can do that. Then we have our ID and our thing. Oh, and this. Oh, I see. The ID is wrong because this quest is supposed to be called TS Intro now. Yeah, so if we go back to TS Intro. Yeah. That's the issue. Also, when we... Hang on. When we start a quest, shouldn't we have, like, a function... I feel like we should have... Yeah, we should do, like, a... note here. Add note... sub item string text tags array string. This will be a string as well. And basically add note string s+1 note sub. All right, no, this is going to be sub ID text tags ID plus tags. Okay. And now what we can do is add a note to the intro of description. And then we have no tags, or no other tags that we need. Unless I guess we want those. We can just have var tags array string. So, for example, the opulent medium would have Brazia as tags. Oh yeah, we can also do plus, so I'm going to do p tags here. I think that's, I think, yeah. Basically, these will be default tags added to every instance of the quest. Or added to every note in the quest. Basically, that means this. And we would have a similar thing for the scientists, where we do, when TS intro, tags equals TS scientist. There we are. Okay. So now we don't even need to have, hang on, we could just have global quest start or something like that. Oh yeah, we don't need that anymore. So yeah, now we can do global quest start TS intro. We don't even need to have anything here. Because yeah, now all of this stuff. Yeah. Let's go to the global. So when we do quest start, yeah. So yeah, eventually the journal will actually not have any activity here. Okay, we set the stages for those. Then, oh wait, yeah, I need to just delete the save. Because yeah, now the quest is going to be get the item, go back to him. NPC TSI. His visual names are not so good. I'll have to do whatever I do there. Okay, curious about the lab coat. Okay. So you're a researcher then? Perhaps I can find it. Okay. And then we set a stage. We set another stage for some reason. Keep my eyes out. Okay, so now if we go into the journal, a researcher named Dr. Karimov needs help finding a device in the ruins. Okay, that's good, except for the fact that I was also supposed to have save load state data. So if we go to quest TS intro, we're at stage 1. So it was supposed to set all of our stuff here. Where we did this stuff. Add note. Oh, wait. Okay. That's part of the bugs. Yeah, okay. Cannot omit this. Oh. Well, you know what? Set stat, add stat. None of this stuff should be here anyway. Queue, story, set item recency, prepare medium event. Okay, I'll just go through each of these errors. Okay. Anything else that I want? I don't really want to do anything else. But okay. It is good to know that these were wrong. Also, I'm actually pretty sure... Okay, so anytime I do emit signal, hang on, I'm just going to go through... Okay, so neither of these exist, because we don't have temp stats anymore. And we don't use the anything changed signal either. And I don't want any temp stats for now. Erase stat, stats, dictionary stat, has stat, node stat. Node stat's fine. Yeah, I probably should not have, like, deleted a billion things. Non-existent function in base save load. Oh, yeah, because it's not... It's called getStat now. So yeah, we'll eventually replace that. But okay. So what was all my stuff again? Okay. So if we go back to the journal with research... Okay. So now it's a little bit better, except for the fact that it has duplicate entries here, which shouldn't be the case because add note is supposed to... if we go to a quest... When we add a note, this function is supposed to do this. So I think it's... Oh, it's probably just because it's... Okay, I think that was just bugged. So if we start again, that should be fine. Okay, stat change, stage complete. So now if we go back to here, with the door open... Or no, I got the device now. Dr. Karimov will want it back. Okay. And that's because we just had those twice and... Okay. I've got the device. And that means the stage is complete. Invalid thing here. TS intro completed. Oh, wait, what? Save load just... I don't know what the heck that was. Okay. Some sort of botched part of the quadrillion lines that I've changed in the past 15 minutes. Okay, so now we know that the item is being tracked. Okay, we win the game. Oh, right. This should be zone leave. There we go. Okay. Also, we've heard this song again, or before. I think my shuffling is not too good, but that's okay. I think the issue is they just, they should get a list of them and then shuffle all of them rather than selecting one at random. Because you don't want, when you shuffle a playlist, to have the same song multiple times. You want it to feel like shuffling a deck of cards, where each one still only returns once. Okay, hang on. Let's do move core GLB, re-import this thing. Make sure that this all works, because this is annoying. So if I start the game now, how many warnings are there? I want it to be fewer than a dozen. Okay, now it's exactly one. Good. That's a little better. Okay. And that's because now we're doing this. And hang on. What is this? Opulent medium? No, this is story time. So we should have save load subscribe. Or state. You know what if I just have the save load itself have a function called subscribe? Why did that not work? What? I'm clicking the thing here in order to, like, click it. There we go. It took it a bit. Okay, so I'm just gonna look for stat change. Let's go... I don't know what the heck I'm looking at here. What is this? Oh, we don't need that. Oh, wait, no. We do need that. We need to go back to TS intro first. Put these stages back. Okay, and here, actually, we don't need this here. We can do... This actually is visited slash... Okay. Because, yeah, basically now we have this stage. And then that means I don't need this. So... Okay, the rest of those work. And that means now this should be a lot easier to detect issues like this. Okay. It looks like all we do is save load dot... Hang on. What I should do is function event interface key string listener callable bool return state subscribe. And then unsubscribe will be exactly the same. And the reason I have this is because I still think eventually it would be good to start porting things to like either C++ or like a GD extension interface, but I don't know when I would do that. So now what I'm going to do is just save load dot subscribe date day on day change, and this will be that value if value is int and value is equal 4, and we have that stuff. We'll queue that. Okay. So now we have this. And now what I'm going to do is let's start actually writing up the... Let's start reorganizing this stuff. So TS intro 1 is now going to be, we've gotten the quest. And so we don't have this anymore. Let's just delete all of this for now. So intro 1 is, we have yet to get inside the thing. Yeah, we're still in here. We haven't in the ruins yet. TS intro 2 is now, we've been in the ruins without Razia. And then TS intro 3. Or 1, 2. Wait, I don't get it. Oh, yeah. I do get it. We haven't been in the ruins. We have been in the ruins, but it's just one room. Now the door is open. And then 4. Okay. So now we've got all that stuff. Okay, so we have all this working kind of. Just curious about the lab coat, so yeah, we have that. That'll eventually work. Shows us a picture. Quest start, TS intro. Okay. Let's say that. Okay. Any luck finding the ruins yet? Or any luck finding the part yet? We should probably have some way of skipping to the end, but... Might be fine. I can eventually figure that out. So let's say... Actually, let's just have it like this for now. Let's just say that. So that should now do the stuff. And then the player can, like, update him on what's happening. See, for the demonstration, okay. So now let's try again. And I will remove now this here. Oh wait, we haven't actually, like, done anything interesting, though. What do I actually want his status to be? Like, do I want the player to have to use the, update thing? You know what, let's just say here. Yeah, let's just say, like, nothing yet. I'm not actually sure how to get into the ruins. I thought you said you were an expert. I'm not native, though. Or let's say I'm not a psychic. I just know my way around a cave. Let's just say that for now. And I found my way into the ruins, but they seem to be just one room. I heard something about that. Apparently, you need 2 people. I've never heard the specifics, though. And let's just do journal notes. Apparently... Alright, no, this is going to be TS intro 2 people, or helper. Apparently there's more to the ruin. There's more to the ruin. But apparently you need 2 people to get through. I need 2, or I need someone's help. Not a particularly good, like, note there, but I'll just say that's it. We've gotten deeper. I think I can find it. Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, so now let's double check that all of this works. So we'll basically just go through the quest as normal, but now we also have, I can skip some stuff by going down into here, and then, because I don't particularly need to see every individual atom of dialogue here. Just gonna do that. Curious about the lab coats. You're a researcher. What do you do? Keep my eyes out. So I found my way into the ruins, but it looks like just one room. I heard something about that. There's more to the ruins, but apparently you need 2 people to get through. I've never heard why, specifically. Yeah, eventually I can, like, beef up that dialogue a bit. But now we have this. You seem quite interested in that. Want any help? Alright. So now she's here. Sounds good. Okay. And then this takes 3 hits, which is weird. Okay, and then we can get this. And then that means that now if we go back to the journal, I've got the device now. Dr. Karimov will want to borrow it. Okay. So the next phase that I want now is, I suppose, the dialogue for completing it that I had before, like Razia's quest, because there's a little extra, like, bonus segment where then you can have lunch with Razia and, like, interrogate her on what the heck just happened. And now I can use the quest system to script that a lot more easily. But okay, I've got the device. Okay, so we win the game. Good. Now it's easy. Okay. So now we can do status. So new and improved or quest system with more advanced stuff. Or I guess let's just say Karimov's quest and associated code. And actually, I should have put in here stats, placing or visiting places, finding items, that stuff. Show journal notes. I mean, now we have that. But I think, yeah, I think we'd need the ability to clearly indicate the current stage. Actually, yeah. New task menu, indicate completed stages by crossing them out. Okay. Commit a amend. Okay. And I don't think my external, yeah. One of my external drives just bit the ghost again. Why does that one not work anymore? There was some sort of thing that I could do on, what the heck was it? Was it I had to plug it in on Linux and run a tool, or was it that I had to plug it in on Windows and run a tool? And it was undetectable to Linux. I don't know. Okay, journal UI quest notes with a question mark in front of the tag are always sorted on top. I might just remove that whole well, no. I still, because basically the point of these question marks in the notes, so if we go to like, if you had this, for example, this would mean this note or this tag would not be visible unless you had a quest that had this ID. Otherwise, it assumes that, like, this is meant to be a thing that you can see. Like, for example, if I did, like, TS sign, like here, time stop. This means that this is relevant to this quest, but you might not actually have the quest, like, active until later. And so this makes it so that this time stop phrase doesn't pop up in your journal as, like, one of the tags to the note. Okay. Dialogue viewers receiving input, so I need to figure out what the heck I'm doing wrong with the dialogue input. It's something weird with my thing. Restart demo, it isn't very good, whatever. Okay, what is my actual mission now? I think the next stage is to add more to here. Let's go to let's go to the original necropolis. Because I think what I want is some ruins like this again. I liked this. But now my question is, I want, what do I want, really? How do I want the ruins to feel? So, because I'm imagining, stone Sirdi ruins. Defaced and filled with concrete by the Emirate and past regimes. Because, yeah, right now, there's lore of, like, these are statues of people that have had their heads knocked off. I don't actually have that implemented naturally. But for now, like, the actual design of this place is pretty much nonsensical. Because, yeah, I want to... Let's go back up to Blender. I think the first thing that I had, having a pyramid that is filled with concrete, that makes sense. That'll be a good way of starting it. Let's go to my writing. Quests. Opulent medium. We don't really need this anymore. Well, yeah, so this is a similar thing. I think I have that. Yeah. We don't need that anymore. Okay. So yeah, we're revisiting this. Several mechanics. I like those mechanics. Alright, let's say our first complication. I think it should be... No, if I'm doing it the way that I was going to be doing it, I should focus on the time gun now, because the time gun is the most important component still. So yeah, let's go back to Jak 4 project. No, assets. Opulent medium. Where would it be? Environment test. Yeah, okay. Basically, my plan is to, oh, I see. All of these are the external parts. We need this. There we go. Okay. And we don't need this. Because basically, this will be, for now, our thing. Yeah, okay. Wait, no. I'm thinking wrong. Because we still need the time gun. And that's going to be in this room for now. And then what we do is we need some puzzles that I have with that. So I think the puzzles that I had here with the fans... Were the fans good? Hang on, does this place even work anymore? I hope so. Not quite. Oh, right, because we have debug player spawn, and that's... Okay. Configure dialogue, set sequence, init dialogue. Ready. Okay. Why are there any... You know what? I'm just going to remove the NPC from here. Eventually we'll have NPCs spawned some other way. And this place is actually going to be, like, demolished anyway. I just want to make sure that all my stuff still works. So yeah, I think this system is still good for gameplay. It's just a very simple, like, do a thing. Let's see, do I like the fans still? Or is there something that I'd want to do more with them? What else would I want for a time gun? Oh, that's not a time gun. Oh, right, okay. What if we just have, let's just do global.checkpoint equals self. Because what I want is just a node here. Actually, it should probably be just a global transform. Well, I don't know. This is fine. Okay, so we don't do anything with that. Save checkpoint, checkpoint stat, player checkpoint. Alright, let's see if that works again. Let's just save and quit. Oh, I see. Okay, I don't care. So value of type checkpoint bubble cannot be assigned to a variable of type node 3D. Then don't have this. Okay. Because we can go into the thing. That's good. We can do that. It's open until it's closed. Like that. Boom. I do think these signal things are good. I'll make them look nicer. I'll make the doors fancier. Basically, you can just like stand in a place and then it just opens a door for you. I don't know why they would need the doors to be set up that way. Like, why would you have a button here to open, like, doors? And, like, have a button that closes a door like that? Okay, let's try this again. Perfect, okay. And now we have... Okay. So here, this is what I was forgetting that I had. The ability to just slow down time. So I think I'm fine with having these machines here. And, like, the... what I need, though, is a very clear indication of the, like, diffusion fields, basically. There were things where, like, when you pressed this button to deactivate, or, like, slow down time, basically that resumes time, this glowing field. So I need that to be more obvious, like, just have a doorway that has that, and then you walk into it and it's, like, invisible. Or, like, it's plainly visible what's happening there, because with the door and everything, it's a bit confusing. But okay. Activate that. Press this button. So I'm thinking, is there anything that I don't like? I think the main thing is I just don't like the aesthetics of this area, because it feels very, like, haphazardly laid out. Both in terms of, like, the logic of the level, but also, like, just as a place. So it's, like, mechanically strange, like... I guess I do like that area, though, where, like, there was a doorway, but you couldn't open it, so you have to come down into here, into this ventilation system. But I think what I would do here is this would, instead of being the ventilation system, this would be, then, the opulent medium. Like, something like this, where, like, there's no clear way to get through. And then you get in, and there's, like, a much larger machine inside, basically. But okay. Boom. So we can go this way. And then there's an inexplicable field deactivator thingamabob. No explanation as to why that would be there. I think, actually... I'm trying to think... How would this all work? What exactly do I want, like, in the order of the opulent medium and stuff like that? Because I do like being inside of the ventilation system. I think that's a good use of the time machine, or I think that's a good use of the time gun to, like, show the player, like, there's all of these places that you're now, like, sort of just, like, prodding into. Yeah. If the locations here actually made sense, it would be pretty good, I think. Oh wait, yeah, okay, I forgot. These things now, when you do that, it resets them. Okay, good. There was a bug before where, like, it wouldn't properly set that again, so it was annoying. Or, like, the deactivator would still be active. Okay. Oh, wait, how do I... Oh, this is the way. Oh, wait, I think the drain is... Ah, well, whatever. Why is my music stopped? What the heck is this sound? Okay, it does exist. It's just, like, mute. Yeah, if this was, like, a good platforming segment, this would also be pretty fun. Of just, like, racing a big switch. Yeah, I think my main thing is... My main problem... I don't understand the place, and I also, like, I keep losing my jump. Like, something is eating my jump. Hmm. Yeah, and you can tell the lighting was designed for my hacked version of Godot 3 because it's so incredibly flat here. I had basically added the ability to, okay, I can't roll jump there. And I feel like I should be able to. But okay. So, the main things are, I don't see where Razia would come into play, and I want her to come into play. I think it could just be that one key moment with the opulent medium. Oh. Okay, well, I'm fine. At least now when you're inside the back faces of an object, it's very easy to get out. So it's less of a game-breaking bug than it was before. Okay. Yeah, so we no longer need the strange machine there. And now, there's 2 different paths. Very fancy. Wait, wasn't this supposed to fall? I thought it was supposed to fall. Maybe that's later. Well, I should have those platforms fall just by default. I think, at least. Oh, there we go. Okay, phew. I got in. The fact that the right arrow in the top right is slanted. Hang on. I want to fix that. Let's go to the UI. Or, I guess, player, because I didn't actually set the UI as a separate scene. What is this? Oh, I see. Hopefully this ignores the mouse. Behavior disabled. Filter ignore. We don't need that. Alright, our gaming... Yeah, why are these 2 rotated? What? Who did that? I bet what happened is, wait, what? Interesting. Okay. Why are these... How are these both 90 degrees? Are they different arrows? No, they're the same arrow. They're both rotated 90 degrees, even though... Oh, well, whatever. Okay, so they're rotated 5100 degrees for some reason. I feel like that must have been, like, going back and forth from radians to degrees incorrectly a few times. Like, you know, it was saved as, you know, like 90 radians and then saved back as like however many radians that is in degrees. But okay. These bozos can't move for some reason right now. Okay. But then we get that. We get health. Nice. Let's lower the volume a little bit. Okay, so this place still works for the most part. That's good. I think we're nearing... Oh, wait, no. We need to do both of these. I forgot. Hopefully the switches still work. They should. Yeah, okay. So yeah, now we need to go the other way. And I need to remember which way I went. I guess it ends the same way it starts, which is a good thing. I'm going to put some notes down. So, like, let's see, let's do, like, redesigning the necropolis. So, like, things to fix. Contextualize the place. Identifiable landmarks. Or like, what is it? Things to keep. In the two looping paths, I like having the ability to choose which of them you do, even though it doesn't really add that much of, like, it doesn't, like, help the player. Well, I'd like to improve on, like, why would you do that? Like, why would you choose one over the other? Like, making the next one harder / easier. Changing the environment. Let's say no razzia. So yeah, things to keep. The two looping paths. I'd also like, what would I like as well? One-way passages, the timed switch mechanic, falling platforms, the fans, I guess just all basic mechanics. And I think also, only have specters appear when we disable the media, or when we disable the capacitor, I think. Basically, when the medium, or when this area goes dark, we will have monsters spawn, rather than having them just kind of scattered around as we do right now. And that means there'd be bigger combat areas. Do I have those combat areas in here? Hang on. I remember there was, like, huge combat sections in the Necropolis originally. And I think those might still be here. No, oh, yeah. Okay, this place. Okay, and that's after the deactivation, I'm pretty sure? Oh, no, it isn't. Okay, yeah, because you go up to here. Yeah, I like the looping. Make sure sequence breaking doesn't hurt too bad. Or doesn't, like, destroy the game. The two looping paths. I'd like there to be a reason to do one thing over the other. And I almost forgot the specific thing that I liked. make the exit, or make it easy to which path you did, such as putting the exit next to the entrance, or make the exit the same style as the entrance. Because I don't think I meant to do it, but the fact that the collapsing bridge is the way that you get to that area and the way that you leave that area was fun. But yeah, none of those guys until later. And also, I am thinking I should probably improve the, like, melee combat, since right now there's, like, one very slow melee attack and then one very weak and not interesting melee attack. Okay, so we go this way now. There's some sort of delay on the time gun. I'm gonna put that as a bug. Delay when firing the time gun. Oh wait, we don't need that until there. Oh. You know, I like how quick the time gun regenerates because you can risk it by, like, releasing the button, but it should drain faster as well. Faster. Because I think it's, like, I think now it itself is affected by the time scale. Oh, what the... Oh! The unloading. Let's put myself back where I was supposed to be. There we go. Okay. So, for some reason now, the bounding box of this area... Oh, I see. Okay. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. This is supposed to go all the way. And you know what? Fuck it. Just make this whole... Just make this the entire thing. Eventually I'll have it done actually well. So now... Or so it'll be a lot easier to, like, set that up. Yeah, NPCs still... Or these enemies still can't move for some reason, which is interesting. Why can't they move? Hang on. Let's go to a crawly. So, walk. So, when we're chasing... So, what is our run speed? 8.5. Our DS is 1. So, our target velocity is 8.5. Acceleration is 1. Deceleration is 10. Hang on. That seems wrong. Oh, because it's not... Okay, because it has no contact count. Okay. And that's because we're getting the integration here, and so that must mean that the crawly's body does not monitor for contacts. If we go to... let's see... What do we need? There should be like a monitor contact somewhere in here. Solver? Contact monitor. That's exactly what we need. And then we're gonna report 2 contacts. Okay. There we go. Easy as pie. Easy game. Who knew that was the... That was the bug. I was just like, I don't want to deal with that. I thought it was going to be some big issue. Who knew all I had to do was, like, look at the bug and then figure out what was causing it in order to figure it out. But okay, here, big fatal flaw is the fact that, like, these pillars let you just snipe all the enemies from afar. Yeah, the flat lighting. I need to figure out how to do less flat lighting. And you know what? I bet the speeder is the exact same thing. They have no contacts. And I bet you that's the same with the tent pole. That's another important one. I wonder why that was changed. Okay. Now all they need to do is have the ability to damage the player. Okay. Who else do we got? We got that guy. I like... Oh wait, hang on. Is someone else shooting at me, or is that just... Okay. No, now it's safe. Okay. So for this part, the complicated part would be doing this to get there. And then you do that. And I remember these fans were quite unreliable when I was testing with somebody. Like, he was able to accidentally get much higher. Which I guess isn't a like, it's not the worst thing that could happen, but it does feel bad that, like, a player accidentally misses out on gameplay. Yeah, the flat lighting is so terrible. I need to figure out how to do... I guess now I can do baked lighting. Because the reason I wasn't was because in Godot 3, you couldn't use custom materials with baked lighting. But now, with all of these internal areas... Oh, it was supposed to, like, activate the deactivator thing. Because basically now there's supposed to be doors... Okay. It is working in everything except the lighting. Because, yeah, like this, for example, should now deactivate. One of them did. Whatever. Okay, so now it's starting to break. Yeah, you can see things are no longer working. The falling platforms didn't fall. The lighting didn't turn dark and spooky. This guy should kill us. He's not animated, but that's okay. Alright. How is Razi going to keep up with similar things to this? Yeah, I like how dangerous this area feels. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where exactly would I want the opulent medium to, like, be. Like, if I were to put it into this level, because this is, like, close to the flow that I want for the final version of it. I'm getting sick of, like, not having, like, my roll jump getting eaten. Is getting very old very fast. Oh, I see. There's some jank with, like, the actual animation. Okay. Because, yeah, if you rapidly shoot the gun and then unshoot the gun, it doesn't actually work properly. Yeah, I need to have a tween instead of a animation, because now it's going to do that forever. But okay, we did get out of here, so save and quit there. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Okay. So... it's pretty close to what I would want. In the sense of, like, I think I want more in the area before the ancient area. In the stone ruins area. Because if we go back down to here, I mean, we start, like, the game spawns us right here. But, this is all, like, there's basically 0 ruins here, and there's no reason to actually go up here, because this is where, like, the pyramid would be, if we had, like, the neighbors here. Let's see, preview neighbors, preview terrain. Let's see if this actually works still. Yeah. So yeah, here's the pyramid. It would be stuffed with concrete, and then it'd be down here. So I think what I would want is more of the ruins that they had, the old Sirti. More of the defaced route, like more damage from them. Or, you know, evidence of the concrete going all the way down here, defaced statues, more passageways that were, like, dumped with concrete. Because basically that was how the Emirate handled all of these ancient ruins. They were like, this is too dangerous, just destroy the whole thing. And then we would also want evidence of the scavenging, because the only reason you can get in is because there's a whole black market of people who are, like, salvaging parts from these ruins. And so I think what I would have is 3 phases before we actually really get into it. So let's say things to fix are like 3... Let's just say there would be the tunnels. So the black market tunnels. So I don't think we would actually have people buying and selling things. Well, actually we might. So storage for salvage stuff. Dead ends and things to thwart the Emirate. And then we would have the Sirti ruins. Actually, black market tunnels and stone ruins. So, like, using the old ruins, or using the stone ruins. It's confusing because the stone ruins are newer than the metal ruins. And also, I need to, like, redesign the aesthetic of this place because I've been having different ideas about how they're going to look. No, it's no longer going to be the white with purple because that kind of just reminds me of, like, I don't know, circus tents or something like that. It doesn't look very good. Especially with the visual glitching. But okay. Black market tunnels and stone ruins. Using the stone ruins as a space for the market and things and business. Then there would be stripped metal ruins. Basically, so the metal ruins are being destroyed or salvaged parts. Things falling apart and dangerous. Aha, and this is another thematic parallel, because basically the whole reason you have this character Razia with you is because she wants to get a capacitor from inside the ruins. And so you can sort of just, like, I think it draws a parallel to the other salvagers if, like, in the earlier parts of the ruins, they're, like, half destroyed because people have been taking parts of them for hundreds of years. And then it's like, well, Razia is just another scrapper in your mind. And so eventually she might be doing, you know, she can try to justify herself, but that could be an impression the player gets of, like, well. Oh yeah, and I think here we need... hang on. I could have sworn I fixed this. What if we just did that? What happens here? That doesn't fix anything. I thought I fixed this shader. Because it's supposed to be like, I mean, it kinda looks correct in that, like, it looks like below it is dark, rather than, like, right up next to it. But okay, it doesn't work, though. Not correctly. Oh well. We don't need that yet. So things falling apart. Razia doesn't like these guys. Ruins are defaced and concrete, etc. At this. Things are falling apart and dangerous. And then I think what we could do is, how deep do we need to go to get to the opulent medium? Because the opulent medium, I think it should be kind of it should feel like the end. It should feel like we've gotten to what we're supposed to get to. So we need more platforming to get up into it. I think it'd probably be introduce our main mechanics. So this would be like the fans, timed buttons, falling platforms. That seems fair to me. And I think we might even introduce the time slowing mechanism before we get into the opulent medium. Because, yeah, I kind of want it to be like... Yeah, as I said, it feels like the end. It feels like we've, like, gone through a little journey. But I want it to be slightly disappointing when we get to the opulent medium of, like, oh, that's it. Kind of obvious. And then Razia's like, wait, I'm going to sit in the chair, and while it starts moving, you need to, like, jam yourself into the inner workings, because I know that there's more to this place. Because we haven't found what I'm looking for, or what either of us are looking for. You know what? I think that'd be good. I think that would be good. And I'm actually going to have here potentially map and thermal goggles. Because I would like the ability... I think those are mechanics that I want to have in the game. Basically, like... I'll show you when the time comes, but I want a 3D map that will gradually expand as you learn more and more about the place. And then thermal goggles to see things like flaws, or like structural flaws, and see in the dark and stuff like that. Well, yeah, that would be okay. For optional paths, so... Okay. That feels good. And actually, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. And so the next step after the stripped ruins would be like preserved ruins. So we've somehow gone into places where other people have not been able to get before. Somehow, and then we meet the opulent medium. Something that feels like an ending. But with Razia. Oh wait, but hang on. I need to make sure that the player knows that they need to find more things, but also it doesn't feel boring, so there should also be... Make a shortcut back to the surface. So basically, this way the player won't be too annoyed and frustrated by that. Something that feels like an ending. Razia, it's... So something that feels like an end... Or something that feels... Let's say some reward for getting this far. But it's clear there's more to be found. So, help with Razia. The inner workings would be more dangerous, more mobile. Or let's say precarious. Introduce the time slow. Machines. And then we get the deactivation. So now, it's at its most dangerous and beginning to collapse. Spectres spawn, new paths open. We escape. The opulent medium no longer works. So now, there's a lot more against Razia here, of like the hypocrisy of being angry at like the defacing of the ruins, but then she herself causes like massive amounts of damage to it. Okay, so what do I want here? I think I should start building individual challenges and then just kind of combine them together, or like think about what is this place for? Because I think I know what the stone ruins were for. They were for, they were a site of worship, a burial, something like that. In fact, that'd be a good reason to call it the necropolis. Well, I like the opulent medium, though, as a name. So I think the lore would be from above. No, or the ruins are a necropolis / catacombs or whatever. For burial and funeral rites. And then they would use the interior medium. I'm not sure... What would the opulent medium be like, then? What are our errors here? On player spawned blah. Okay, I see. So on player spawned does not do things yet. I wish I could fix all of these callables at once, but the problem is I don't have like a sophisticated enough search to do that. Well, actually I do. Boom. And then what we can do is connected here. Okay, and then we do a similar thing here. There we go. Have I done more stuff? Okay, get add entities, enemies. What are these things? Why does it keep making these TMP files? Remote scene views, they seem to appear whenever I do that, but I've never seen any. Some sort of issues with Windows not deleting these files after being done with them. Okay. Okay. Okay, so hopefully when we save there... So yeah, it seems like... Okay, hopefully that works. Okay. Fix enemy. Not... Or fix ground enemies not moving. So what's our other things that I did? I don't know what any of this shit is. Oh, it's a billion things that were like, you know, animations that don't matter and are literally completely irrelevant. Like these where they're literally like probably completely identical except for like, yeah, like 2-4 versus 3-5 here. I'm pretty sure is like the core issue. Yeah. There's like literally like 1 billionth or something. Oh well. Okay. At least good, or at least OBS hasn't crashed this stream. That's pretty impressive. But okay. The stone ruins are a necropolis slash catacombs for burial and funeral rites. The metal ruins have a more mysterious purpose. Let's think of some theories using the time machines to meditate for longer. That could be good. Basically, you go into the basically like instead of this being some sort of seemingly industrial area, every time you see one of these machines, it's like somewhere where you just ponder. And what it could be as well is potentially confuse the intentions of both together. Why would a necropolis have all of this? Where the heck is my thing that I'm looking for? Right here, the time machine like this. So yeah, all of these time podiums could be in places where it's clear that a player, or that it's clear that someone was meant to activate it and then sit and meditate, or something like that. What else could they do? I suppose they could also help with dangerous, like, industrial applications by, like, letting you have faster reaction times and do more work in less time. But if everyone lives faster, are you really living faster? Or are you just living through fewer seasons? And I think we don't really need the cave as much. Well, actually, no, I think this is fine. So I also need to make sure that there's bigger revelations in the other ruins as well. Because I think maybe I want all of them to connect to each other, maybe? That could be quite impressive. Well, maybe that they're visible from each other, and there's some sort of larger underground network. I'll think about that at some other point. But okay, so using the machines to meditate for longer, for fast-paced industrial action. For research. I mean, I suppose they could be doing all of those here. But, at least to me, a research lab feels very, like, video game, you know? That feels like a thing that I've seen in, like, a million video games, of, like, an ancient research facility for some cool video game gizmo. Like, that's just clearly a thing. But okay, so what is the issue with this thing? So is this thing active by default? I don't care. The stone ruins are necropolis catacombs for burial and funeral rites. I do like that. They use the opulent, or there must be some way into the opulent medium then that they used at some point, and now it's been like destroyed or disabled. That would be useful actually, because then I could have, it could basically be like there was a clear path there, but then it was destroyed at some point. Okay, yeah. And it could have been destroyed by any number of people as, like, part of salvaging, as part of the, like, religious grounds that, like, had this whole place sealed in concrete in the first place. I like the idea, actually, that we have to return to a place earlier in the level with the time gun. But I don't know how... I think I could do that. I could just have the level kind of loop in on itself. With the time gun now. So work deeper into the machine/maintenance areas. And I need to figure out exactly, like, Who were the inhabitants of this place? What was their purpose? Because, yeah, it's sort of, as I said, my big problem with the level that exists now is the fact that there's so little designed with intention. Like, why are these irregularly placed? Who placed these besides me? And why are they placed this way besides to make it slightly harder to do the challenge? It's just bad level design, both in terms of, like, aesthetic and setting, but also just in terms of, like, it's kind of just awkward to jump on it. And that's a big problem everywhere. Like here as well, and etc. All the other places where I'd been having frustrations. So yeah, I think here... I think there's also alternate spaces, or like, intermittently return to, preserved ruins. Ooh, I like this. I was basically saying, or I was basically, my first thought was to, like, just have it so that you occasionally return to areas that are, you know, like the preserved ruins normally are with the larger hallways and stuff. But then I was like, what if it's, like, the same rooms, but, like, you know, instead of being down here, now you're up here, where it was too high to climb before. And so you can just worm your way through everything. That'd be fun. And I still really like the idea that you can just completely break the game by sequence breaking. Or, like, you know, that the game will just work. And, like, then you really feel like you're going places you're not supposed to. Because you're actually, like, just, you know, crawling up the wall using the, probably the bubble shot to, like, work your way into, like, a vent that's up here or something that could let you peek into here before. That would be good. Also, I'm trying to figure out what I want for, I said before, I'm not sure if I like the pistol, and if I want to replace it with, like, a grappling hook, or something like that. And I should probably figure that out before I start designing a new level. Like, figure out all of the power-ups I need in the game. No, you know what? I'm going to make the executive decision. The guns that exist now work now. And what I can do is then, like, player inventory, add item, let's do... What is it? Thermal vision? Let's see how this feels. A little hard to figure out where things are. I'd say, yeah. Ooh. But it does make it easier to figure out where enemies are. And I wonder, does the unnaturally uniform temperature do anything for me? Like, does this feel good at all? Not really. I think I just have to, like, add some very subtle variation to, like, the slope and stuff like that. Oh yeah, you can't get into here. Because there's a fan in the way. How does this look? Oh, interesting. Oh, just barely squeezed in. How does my lantern feel with this? Doesn't really do much. That seems a little too hot. Another, like, almost quiet thing. Ah, well. Wait, I just realized it doesn't actually, like, this doesn't help me, what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of, like, playing through the game again. I think one thing that I might do is make it so that the thermal vision is bound to RS. And so that way you can have, like, multiple visions, and you can have the, like, lamp, for example, bound to the right bumper. And that way the map and the map and the thermal vision would be bound to the same thing. Because I imagine them both being things where you would want to zoom in to see things very quickly and, like, zoom out. And then have, like, some other item bound to your right bumper, like the lamp. But okay, I think I want other things in here as well, like the moving platforms that are, like, gone. Actually, is there anywhere in this entire area where I use moving platforms? Because I think I only use the lamps and the, things. Wait, what the heck is down here, actually? Oh, there's nothing down there. Okay. So yeah, I think I want moving platforms. And I want some sort of clockwork mechanism. Let's say that. So, things to add to this. Oh yeah, things to fix preserved run. So, this is, stages. Or, like, sub-levels. Let's say that. And then I want things to add. Probably, yeah, thermal vision. So yeah, as I said, somewhere else in this design doc, like dark passages and stuff like that. Yeah, I won't even bother putting it here. Clockwork mechanisms. Basically, like, looping levels, or, like, large looping sets of obstacles. So yeah, because I imagine, like, maybe there's something that's, like, very rapidly switching, I don't know, maybe, like, big gears, spinning belts, things like that, where, like, it's going too quickly for the player to safely navigate without using the time gun. Is that actually interesting at all, though? Because I feel like there's a lot of potential that I'm not using with the standing buttons still. I think those... No, I think the clockwork mechanism is actually not good. Because it's basically just this mechanic, but worse. Because instead of the player choosing when the thing is active, they have to wait for the thing to be active. And pressing the time gun means you wait longer. And so that's like your main agency, which is not a good design. Hmm. So See, I'm trying to figure out how would all of this work together now. Let's start designing, let's go to paint. For like the last 15 or so minutes of the stream. Maybe longer. Depends on how I feel. Let's do 2000 by... 2000 by 1500 is fine. Who cares? This will be whatever it be. Where's Jak for? Concept art. Environment. I guess places. This was going to be Necropolis 2. So yeah, let's call it thank you. Why does paint not let me just do this at all the time? Like, now I'm zoomed out again, and I can do it now. What's the point of not letting me do that? Okay, but whatever. So Necropolis / opulent medium. In fact, I think when Razia says it's the opulent medium, it should be called Necropolis. Externally. But okay, so I'm thinking there's the pyramid up here. It can be as it was. But I'm going to imagine like what it was before they blew it up. Or did whatever they did. So, you know, we have this, and then it goes down and down and down. Well, actually, how would you build a, like, I guess, mausoleum? A mausoleum is a freestanding building as a monument enclosing the burial chamber of a deceased person or people. Let's look up a necropolis as well. Because that is a large, designed cemetery with elaborate tomb monuments. Okay. So yeah, I want to see a real necropolis. The Myra Necropolis. Okay. This looks kind of cool. And then there's also the French catacombs. Those could be good to study. I guess let's just look for more images then. Let's do like that. So yeah, stage 1, the necropolis. So yeah, we'd have like Myra Turkey. This is spooky. I like this one. Like the black rock is very eerie. I mean, I thought it was AI generated at first because it's just like such an unnatural color, seemingly. I mean, I guess it is natural because it's literally in nature here. I'll just put a little thumbnail there. I can figure it out again. So let's look up like Tabon Necropolis. So I'm pretty sure this is Egypt. Luxor. That makes sense. Egypt is known for their dead burials. Their cool burial places. Thebes necropolis. Is it Thebes? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But this does kind of fit with what I'd been... Yeah, I'm gonna... Oh, no. Copy image. And then let's look up more like, mausoleum. This is a big one. Is this real? It looks like... I guess this must be a 3D mock-up of an ancient thing that existed, or is presumed to have existed. Ho Chi Minh. Let's see. What are catacombs exactly? Are they just tunnels? Or are they tunnels specifically for the dead? Because it seems like the Paris catacombs... Underground Auschwitz. Are catacombs a thing that just doesn't exist outside of Paris in reality? Because I'm realizing I've never actually heard catacombs except in fiction or in reference to the Paris catacombs specifically. But I always assumed it was just like one of the places that was called the catacombs. But okay, so an ossuary. Spooky. The Skull Chapel. In Poland. Would that be something... Would that be a flavor that I want to incorporate? Well, maybe. I mean, I literally have skull monsters. Like, one of the main things in the game is monsters in the shape of human skulls, and all of them incorporate some sort of skull into their design. And admittedly, they should look a little bit better. They kind of are pretty lame. I think I could use, like, more skulls, like, maybe, like, you know, there's a bunch of human skulls in, like, a thing, and then bones. That's a thing that I can consider for this vertical slice of, like, how to redesign them. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say an ossuary is a thing that we will have. Well, it says when burial space is sparse. I mean, maybe they specifically want their remains to be incorporated into the ruins. I know. That'll be good. So, yeah, we're going to have the stripped ruins. I think we might have the ossuary in here. So we've gone deeper than most somehow. Discover the ossuary. The necropolis was a temporary resting place. And then their remains are moved to the ossuary for final rest, or for their final rest. There's so many bones. This is so many dead people. It's insane how many that is. But okay, this is a Polish ossuary. Hmm. I would love to see the French catacombs at some point, because I guess I'm not really doing much with these right now, but... Oh, wait, hang on. This is reference. So yeah, let's have this above, and then this. I'm going to lower the opacity of this a little bit, so that way we can draw on top of it pretty easily. Because I'm realizing I never actually figured out what I want for the design here. I think it would be like, you can come into here, there's like a floor, as you might imagine. Maybe an entryway that's cooler looking, like this. Like that, and then we'd have like basically shelves for bodies. And so they'd have basically these bodies here for easy access. So like they can quickly put people to rest and then quickly like remove them from this position once their time has come to be put into their real resting place inside the machine, basically. And then, yeah. Okay, so there'd be a path up to the preserved rooms, and then there'd be a path to the opulent medium, under the belief, perhaps, that the medium will, like, glean some understanding of people from this. We're listening to the Fallout soundtrack now. I should play Fallout 1. Speaking of Necropolis. It has a necropolis, I think. So, Linison. Is that how to pronounce that? I don't know how to pronounce anything in French. My general assumption is that if it has letters, it's just pronounced like le in a son, maybe a son at most. Okay. Well, I was kind of getting distracted reading about the history of the French catacombs. That'll be for like some other day. But okay, I should probably also figure out what I want the destroyed ruins to look like, or the like stripped away ruins. But yeah, a lot of this stuff would be defaced. I think there'd be like a statue here, almost all of this would be destroyed by the emirate, basically. And then I think what we'd have is actually, like, this needs to extend further back, perhaps? Well... No, I think what we'd have is less shelves here. We wouldn't have shelves in here. We would have the guards up here. And I think we'd have just a little landing zone up in this section to go underground. need to put this back down to like 4 or whatever it was. So yeah, statues. They would be guarding this place because now we go down deep underground. And so let's then, two ruins, or two lists. Entry. So yeah, very simple entry. Just some guys on pillars up in this room. Yeah, cool pillars and stuff. And then the necropolis comes down. I think now there'd be more and more like areas for people to have their final resting place. And yeah, now they'd have the statues. And from above, it would be like this. And at each of these positions, there would be like a long chamber of rooms. With the shelves of graves. Most of this would not be terribly necessary. Or terribly necessary for gameplay, I mean. Because now it's specifically designed for, like, trying to figure out the setting, I suppose. And I think it keeps going down, and keeps going down, and keeps going down. Until they don't even have the doors anymore. No doors. So it's like, you know, why do they keep building? What do they keep building for? Why are they tunneling so far down if they don't even need this depth? But then you get into the, like, stripped ruins. And I think here, it's going to be the first, like, actual, like... I think here there's just going to be a chasm. Basically, of, like, there is a door here. To... opulent medium. And what it's going to be... Let's do... let's scale this. We're going to need a height of, like, 3,000, I think. So yeah, this is going to be some sort of deep tunnel. Where, like, the player can't hope to get across this, so... Unless they, like, really know how to play the game, they have to go down here. And then they piddle around in here, and then they come back up. And this teaches them, like, the things that they need to know to do the medium. And where would the player actually... I think the tunnels. The player would just have a little tunnel that, like, digs into one of these necropolis rooms. Hmm. So now the concept of, like, the rooms and stuff will make more sense, because now there's going to be a lot more, like, complicated stuff attached to things. But okay. That feels like... So yeah, they bury their dead here. Let them turn to bones. And then they bring them down and down and down. And originally there was a bridge that would go this way, but the bridge fell. Or, like, was stripped away. And so now you see, like, the stripped away ruins. As part of the, like, destroyed ruins and stuff. I think, admittedly... I'm not a fan of having you go down like this, but it does make sense to me from the perspective of, like, why would they build down and then have to go back up? It would make more sense if they had built to go across like this, but then it was, like, all stripped away. And, like, this door was just not accessible for whatever reason. In fact, maybe that's another thing that Razia has. She has somehow found the key to this door specifically. The dynamics of this music are wide. But okay, so I think, I think maybe it's fine to not have a shortcut here. I kind of like the idea of just, like, a completely unflinching, like, it's just a big long walk down the stairs to here, and then a big long walk up. And it won't feel too long, because I think it's just going to be, like, literally, like, 2 or 3 of these flights. Or, like, 2 or 3 flights that have ruin, or, like, you know, burials, and then 3 or, you know, 2 or 3 more that don't. Where it's like, why didn't they build more? Yeah, I think I do have to do something better with that, but for now, that's going to be fine. So then the opulent medium. What I imagine here would be just a big chamber. And there'd be, like, a face in here that's made from panels of the wall. Very, like, portal style almost. Well, I actually should figure out how I want to make them look. So, like, face that can be dynamically made. And yeah, it would be made from some sort of paneling. But yeah, I don't want it to be quite... I don't want it to look like my first instinct, which is to just make the Portal 2 panels, if you've played Portal 2. I want it to feel novel, and like there's some weird technology here. Oh wait, we have to have the ossuary first. So yeah, the ossuary would be like modern ruins. Or no, not modern. The metal ruins. And then we would have here. So yeah, I'm thinking a big circle. With lots of divisions of bones and bones and bones. And so this would be like the first like act of the opulent medium. Okay. So I'm gonna say that's a good start there. But I should call it a day. Because it's already 9:20 p.m. and I only have a finite amount of time on this earth. So I should like start going to sleep and things like that. But okay. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night.